We're ready.
Yeah.
Chag Sameach, everyone.
Chag Sameach.
Good Yantiv. Happy Pesach.
Woo.
So good to see you all. Welcome to our Seder. This is wonderful, amazing. We'll start on page 194 in the Siddur. Everybody has their CBST Siddur, 194.
ושמחת בחגך והיית אך שמח ושמחת בחגך והיית אך שמח יללי 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 ושמחת בחגך והיית אך שמח ושמחת בחגך והיית אך שמח יללי
So as I said, Chag Sameach.
Chag Sameach.
Good Yantiv. So good to see so many people in this room. This is beautiful. I mean, this room has been transformed. I want to say a huge thank you to all who made this happen. We had a lot of helpers behind the scenes, and truly the room looks amazing. And I really feel like everybody here brought their festive neshama, their sort of festive soul to this meal as well. So it's so beautiful to see your neshamas. I'm so happy to be here with you. And I just wondering by show of hands, who here is here for the first time for their first CBST Seder? You can raise them up high. Wow, that is a lot of first-timers. So welcome. We are so happy you're here. We're happy that if it's not your first time, we're happy you're here too. Online, we are very happy you're here. I love thinking of you all at your homes with your Seder plates, at your Seder tables. And it really brings me a lot of joy to spend first night Seder with all of you. So we are going to start the evening with a Mariv service, with an evening service. And that will be with the CBST Siddur B'chol Levavcha. So everybody should have that at their table. When we're done, we'll transition to the Seder, and you'll elect one person from your table to be the bringer of the Siddurim back to the shelf. It's a very important job. You should be vying for the opportunity. So we'll start as we always do with candle lighting. And tonight I wanted to say that because there's so many people who are here for the first time, and that really embodies the spirit of what a Seder is for. We say in our Seder, we say throughout the evening, all who are hungry, let them come eat. All who are of any kind, let them come and be a part of our Seder. Whether or not you feel like you know it very, very well, whether or not you feel like this is the very first time, whether or not you feel like you've done it for 1,000,000 times, but you've never really understood it, you are welcome here. You're certainly welcome at our Seder, and you're welcome to ask as many questions as you would like. And you are a welcome as part of our community. So I can't think of two better people to honor who embody that spirit, that tradition of all who are hungry, let them come eat. All who would like to be part of a community, let them be part of a community. Then CBST board member Roseanne Leipzig and her partner, Ora. So please come up and light the candles. And that will be on page 38. Very unfair of us, very unfair.
Do you want me to? Okay, you got it. She got it. Yeah. Yeah.
You are welcome to.
Got it.
It takes partnership, it takes a team. Thank you
does.
both so much. Thank you, thank you. So as you heard, it's not Shabbat. We did not say Shel Shabbat, we said Shel Yom Tov. It is a holiday, it is a Yom Tov, a very special, happy occasion. And as such, as we move through the Mariv service, you'll hear that the Nusach is different than our traditional Friday night Nusach. It'll sound somewhat familiar to you, but it is a little bit different. So see if you can sort of hear that difference and just take it in. If you can't sing along, that's okay. You'll hear the beauty of the music, and you'll hear how we mark Jewish time with our Nusach. So we'll begin on page 78 with Baruch Hu, please rise in body or spirit.
Baruch hu et Adonai HaMevorach. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch Adonai HaMevorach le'olam va'ed.
You may be seated. Read with me on page 84, Let Evening Come. Let evening come. Let the light of late afternoon shine through chinks in the barn, moving up the bales as the sun moves down. Let the cricket take up chafing as a woman takes up her needles and her yarn. Let evening come. Let dew collect on the hoe abandoned in long grass. Let the stars appear and the moon disclose her silver horn. Let the fox go back to its sandy den. Let the wind die down. Let the shed go black inside. Let evening come. To a bottle in the ditch, to the scoop in the oats, to air in the lung, let evening come. Let it come as it will, and don't be afraid. God does not leave us comfortless, so let evening come.
ומעביר יום ומביא לילה, ומבדיל בין יום ובין לילה, אדוני צבאות שמו. אל חי וקיים, תמיד ימלוך עלינו לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני המריב ערבים.
Page 86.
אהבת עולם בית ישראל עמך אהבת, תורה ומצוות חוקים ומשפטים אותנו לימדת. על כן אדוני אלוהינו ושוכבנו וקומנו נשיח בחוקיך ונשמח בדברי תורתך ובמצוותיך לעולם ועד. כי הם חיינו ואורך תסיר ממנו לעולמים. ברוך אתה אדוני, אוהב עמו ישראל. אמן. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. ברוך שם כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך ובכל נפשך ובכל מאודיך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך, ושיננתם לבניך, ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשוכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
And please continue through the next two paragraphs of the Shema individually.
Adonai Elohechem Emet.
Page 94.
Mi chamocha ba'elim Adonai, mi kamocha nedar b'kodesh, nora tehilot osef eleh, malechutecha ra'u banecha, bokei ayam lifnei Moshe uMiriam, ze eli anu ve'amru Adonai imloch le'olam va'ed. ונאמר כי פדה אדוני את יעקב וגאלו מיד חזק ממנו. ברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל. Amen.
98 for Hashkivenu, our prayer for peace, our prayer for protection through so much, just as we imagine ourselves in the Exodus story, in the Yetziat Mitzrayim, in going from a narrow, restricted place where there might be oppression, where there might be forces around us that we can't control, but we also imagine that we get to the place of freedom, we get to the expanse. We ask God for guidance throughout that entire journey. Hashkivenu, page 98.
השכיבנו, אדוני אלוהינו לשלום, והעמידנו מלכנו לחיים, ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך, ותקננו בעצה טובה מלפניך, והושיענו למען שמך, והושיענו למען שמך. ושמור צאתנו ובואנו לחיים ולשלום מעתה ועד עולם, ופרוס עלינו סוכת שלומך, סוכת שלומך. ברוך אתה אדוני הפורש סוכת שלום עלינו, עלינו, ועל כל עמו ישראל, ועל כל העמים, ועל ירושלים.
So here is another way that tonight is a little different than all other nights, among many. We'll get to that part. We'll start pointing them out as we go through. But in addition to the nusach, in addition to the change in the bracha for the candle lighting because it's not Shabbat, we also have a different biblical passage that we chant all together to introduce us into the Amidah. So if you come on Friday nights, you're probably familiar with Vishamru. Those are the biblical passages about Shabbat, about blessing and keeping Shabbat that we say as we move into the Amidah part of our service. But for Yom Tov, for holidays, we say a different biblical passage on page 102. We say, V'yadaber Moshe et mo'adei Adonai el b'nei Yisrael. It introduces the time when Moshe is giving the laws of all of the Yom Tovs, of all of the Moadim, all of the special appointed times for holidays to b'nei Yisrael. So we are on page 102, and we will move from there into the Chetzi Kaddish.
וידבר משה את מועדי אדוני אל בני ישראל.
as I said, we're now at the Chatzi Kaddish. But I usually also give a little intro into the Amidah at this point, so I will do that now because it is also a little different. It's also a little different than normal. There's going to be one special blessing particularly that you're going to add because of the fact that it's Pesach, because it's a Yom Tov. So that'll be on page 110. As you move through the Amidah, whether or not you're saying it in English or Hebrew, or you just want to kind of look through and notice, you can notice any place where there's an insertion for Pesach and places where we take out because it's not Shabbat. So that'll be your journey as you move through. So we will rise for the Chatzi Kaddish on page 104 in body or spirit, and we'll move directly into the Amidah.
It's on 267.
Oh, Cantor Rosen just corrected me. I got it wrong. I apologize. We are on page 267 for the Amidah, so we're going to move in our Siddur. We're going to go from page 104 to page 267 because it's a weekday. So we will do the weekday Ma'ariv. But what I said is still true. You'll still add in the special blessing for Pesach. It will just be not on page 110. You don't need to go all the way back to page 110. It'll be in the middle of the Amidah, starting on page 267.
Yes.
So please rise in body spirit for the Chatzi Kaddish on page 104, and then we will turn to page 267.
יתקדל ויתקדש שמי רבה בעלמא דברך יראותי וימליך מלכותי מחיי חון וביומי חון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב ויאמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מברך לעלם ולעלמי עלמיה יתברך יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לעילה מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דאמירן בעלמא
If you're still davening, please continue at your own pace. If you are finished, you may find a seat, and the words for the next song will appear on the screen.
Unser Tisch steht weiß gespräht, die Silberleichter, die Arbakoises, waren Seder als schon greit, Schmure Matzo und Charoises. In weißen Kittel ungeton, Eufen welchen Hessebett, sitzt der Tate oben und die Mame bei der Seite. Und wir fragen die vier Kasches, man ist da noch Leilose, Mikol Halleilos. Der zählt der Tate Zäuber Meises und mir vergafte Herren ois. Havodim hoinu, Knech seinen mir gewein, beim Rosho Paro in Mitzrayim. Unser Zar hat Gott der Sehn von Knechtschaft uns getan befreien. Men trinkt a Koise, men macht a Moitzi und men hebt schon an dem Tisch. Men tunkt die Moror in die Chreuses und men nimmt sich zu die Fisch. Der Tate singt noch, ist freilich und schmeichelt so lieb. Die Mame bringt Madane in Beilech und mir dacht, es tanzt die Stieb. Der Kos Eliyahu a Fuller steht mit reuten finkeldicken Wein. Unser Tier is oifen breit, Eliyahu Hanovi kommt arein.
We can all just go home now, right? That was worth the price of admission, I think. We're on page 140 for Aleinu. Please rise in body or spirit.
עלינו לשבח לאדון הכל, לתת גדולה ליוצר בראשית, שברא אותנו בצלמו, ונפח בנו את נשמת חיינו, שהעמיק אותנו בלימוד תורתו וקידשנו במצוותיה, ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא, שהוא נוטה שמיים ויוסד הארץ, ומושבי קרוב השמיים ממעל, ושכינתו זו בגובי מרומים. הוא אלוהינו אין עוד, אמת מלכנו אפס זולתו, ככתוב בתורתו, וידעת היום והשבות אל לבבך, כי אדוני הוא האלוהים בשמיים ממעל, ועל הארץ מתחת אין עוד. ונאמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ, ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד, ושמו אחד.
You may be seated. One thing that's not different about this night is that we always close every service with Mourner's Kaddish. And tonight I want to just pause for a moment and say that I know that holidays can be an especially hard time to be remembering those that we've loved and lost. No matter if it's their yortzeit this week or this month or this year, it can be hard to remember anybody who we had a personal special connection with who is not here sitting next to us at the Seder. So I'm just going to pause a moment for anybody to remember anybody in their life who they would like to bring into this moment, who they'd like to bring into our Seder. And we give our special condolences to those who are observing yortzeits this week. We observe the yortzeits of members Paul Feynman, Elena Yuka Tarke, H. Wayne Barty, Richard Radvin, Dick Radvin, Randy Hirschberg, Sandy Levitt, and as well as family and friends Alfred Friedman, Shirley Hauser, E. Heldeman, Samuel Pierce, Oscar Comras, Mark Howard, Sadie Maltz, Leah Orleans, Sylvia Weiss, Robert Weber, Belle Horowitz, Salo Windshower, Solomon Golub, Harry Post, and Matilda Lipka. And we want to extend special condolences to Stephen Fisher and Ira on the death of Stephen's mother, Phyllis Janet Fisher, who died April 1st. If it is your custom, or you are in mourning, or you're observing a yortzeit, I invite you to rise in body or spirit at this time and join me in the Mourner's Kaddish on page 150. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה.
אמן.
ויעלמה דברה חירותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכון וימיכון וחיי דכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהי שמי רבה מבורך לעולם עולמי עולמיה. יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו. לעילה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה, תושבחתה ונחמתה, דאמירן בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהי שלמה רבה מן שמיה, וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל ואמרו אמן. You may be seated. So now is the time where I know all of you have been thinking, who am I going to get to be the one to collect the sidurim for the table? And am I going to get to be the one to collect the sidurim for the table? If you have been chosen, this is your moment. You get to collect the sidurim for the table. You get to put them back over where the sidurim belong.
And we'll sing. ושמחת בחגיך והיית אך שמח 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 יאי ניי 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 יאי ניי 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 יאי ניי 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 יאי ניי 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 יאי ניי 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 יאי ניי 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 ניי
All right, I saw some very good collecting. Thank you to all of our special appointees. Good teamwork generally, and thanks to those who collected on tables where there weren't anybody sitting.
we take our towers?
Yeah. So for those on Zoom, we're just taking a very brief little break to switch over from the Mariv portion of our evening to the Seder portion of our evening. For those in the room, we're still taking a little break so that we can, but you guys get to stay here while we take the break. On Zoom, we'll just see you in about 2 minutes, and then we'll start the Seder. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Hello on Zoom. Hello in the room. If you're on Zoom, I just want to say that we encourage you to write in the chat. We have Sharon Golub, who is moderating the chat, who will help you be welcome. And if you're in the room, hopefully we'll help you be welcome. We don't have a Sharon right here in the room, but we have all of you to help us.
Right. Yeah.
So we are using this wonderful Haggadah called A Night of Questions. I believe there is also a PDF online, so we will help you navigate that. But this is what it looks like. I know many of you also at home have this very Haggadah, and we'll be cueing you throughout the evening about where to be, so you don't have to worry. And as we begin our Seder, I just want to say a few words of introduction. But it's a little hard to hear myself, so I'll just see if I know it's a very busy, loud room. Actually, maybe even before we start, I'll just ask for a show of hands. How many of you have ever sat and eaten inside of a sanctuary where you also did a evening service? Some of you have already done that. Yeah, some of you were here last year. Okay, how many of you have never done that? Great. I also have never done that. It's a very exciting, unusual night. I'm so happy I'm happy that we're all here together, navigating through it together. And what I want to call our attention to is that last year, some folks were here. There was about 50 people in the room, and everybody was wearing masks. And it was so exciting to get to be in person. And that itself was a miracle, and we were so happy that we were able to do that. And it was a beautiful Seder, and it was a Seder where everybody was giving thanks for the vaccine and the boosters, and everybody was taking lots of precautions, and we had a smaller crowd in the room. This year, there's 80 of you in the room. Most of you are here not wearing masks. We welcome those who wear masks as well. You are perfectly welcome to wear a mask or not to wear a mask. But I just want to take a moment of gratitude, of pause, of thankfulness, and say, wow, it's amazing that we get to be here in person, still giving thanks for the vaccine, still giving thanks for the boosters and all the precautions that we take in order to be here safely. And also that we don't have to be quite as frightened, potentially, as last year. So that, in and of itself, we're going to talk a lot about modern-day plagues and modern-day oppression, but we also are going to talk about modern-day miracles, and I really feel like that's a modern-day miracle. So I'm so, so, so thankful and grateful. And I think to mark that, it only makes sense for us to say the bracha, the blessing, for giving thanks for being here in this exact moment, in this exact time, the Shehechianu blessing, which is on page 25.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה.
Blessed are you, eternal one, our God, sovereign of all worlds, who gave us life, kept us strong, and brought us here to this moment. And let us say, Amen.
Amen.
So join with us together on page 27 to sing through the Seder of the Seder, the order of what we will be doing tonight. Typically, for anybody who here has had a bar mitzvah with CBST, adult or adolescent, I always say, you don't have to worry. I am here to guide you through the whole thing. I'm going to walk you through. You should have no nervousness at all. But tonight, I don't even have to be the one to do this. The Seder itself is going to help guide us through. So we start off by saying the exact order of what we will do this evening at page 27.
Kadesh urchatz karpas yachatz magid rochza motzim atza maror korech shulchan orech tzafun barech halel nirtzah.
So if at any point during the Seder you feel a little lost, you can refer back to page 27, and you can see where we are, and you might think, what, we're only on Magid? How is that possible? We have so much left to go. But don't worry, we'll get through the whole thing, I promise. So I'm going to do a little intro to what we're looking at this evening, how we'll be spending our time together. And the first thing I want to say is that this is a participatory Seder. Both online and in the room, we want you to be here fully in whatever way you came tonight, with a lot of knowledge, with a little bit of knowledge, with a lot of familiarity with CBST, with a little familiarity with CBST. We're so happy you're here, and we want you to be an active part of the Seder. So during the night, I will be calling on different tables to help us read through the Seder, so that it's not just my voice. I want to hear everybody's voice. So everybody should take note of the number that's on their table. Everybody see their number? It's very fancy, I know. We have table numbers here. So for example, if you're table 12 and I say table 12, oh good, table 12, you're here. Excellent. Great. So when I call on you, table 12, you'll be ready to read whatever portion I ask you to read. And you might be first, so get ready. We're also going to do a lot of pointing. It's important. It's important to ask questions during the Seder, because as is said, it's a night of questions. It's important to ask what's going on. It's important to know what's going on, but it's also a night where we want to be able to ask as much as possible and answer as much as possible. That's part of the fun of the evening. So also, if I cue for you to point at something, we'll all point, and that way we'll all know what we're looking at. In fact, table 12, since you were so ready, I would really love for you to bring us into the Seder. On page 29, I'd love for you to read the top part of the page, beginning with, "We begin our journey through the Pesach Seder." So you can read in one voice.
We begin our journey through the Pesach Seder, our journey from slavery to freedom. Through word and song, story and ritual, questions and more questions, we will relive the story of our ancestors' exodus and liberation. We tell the story not only to preserve the memory, we tell the story because Egypt is not only one physical place. The Exodus was not just one moment in time. We step into this story because it is both our story and the story of all people who have experienced oppression and liberation. When we recall the story of our oppression, we resolve to fight oppression everywhere. When we recall the story of our liberation, we renew our dream for freedom everywhere. Tonight, we raise our voices as individuals and members of the Seder community, committed to marching together out of Egypt.
That was beautiful. Wow. All right, all other tables take note. I will be measuring you against table 12 for the rest of the evening. So as we sang in our order, the very first thing we do together is Kadesh, which is the first cup of wine or grape juice. So everybody can find their cup on the table. You can choose either wine or grape juice, doesn't matter which one, whatever you would like, and fill up your very first cup. Yeah, please, thank you. I noticed some of you already got started, but that's encouraged too.
So it's actually on 32.
Great, thank you. So on page 32, Cantor Rosen will lead us through the Kiddush, not the Kaddish, the Kiddush. And this is my very favorite nusach of the entire year. So enjoy.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen. Amen. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu im kol am ורוממנו מכל לשון וקידשנו במצוותיו ותיתן לנו אדוני אלוהינו באהבה מועדים לשמחה חגים וזמנים לששון את יום חג המצות הזה זמן חירותנו מקרא קודש זכר ליציאת מצרים כי בנו בחרת ואותנו קידשת עם כל העמים ומועדי קודשך בשמחה ובששון הנחלתנו ברוך אתה אדוני מקדש ישראל והזמנים אמן.
Page 33.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. אמן.
L'chaim. Pretty good.
It's like water. There's no flavor, which is good.
All right, for the next interactive part of the Seder, we're on Orchatz. We're on page 35. I think I'll just go around the room. Table 11, you feeling ready? All right.
Oh, yeah.
I'd love for you to read page 35, the introduction to hand washing Orchatz all together.
First stirrings of freedom. How was the desire for freedom first aroused by the midwives, Shiphrah and Puah, who resisted Pharaoh's decree to drown every Israelite boy in the Nile, by Miriam, who watched over her brother Moses to ensure his safety. In the face of death, they advocated life. In the birth waters and in the Nile, these extraordinary
Thank you, table 11. Well done. So this is the part where we wash our hands ceremonially without a blessing. So there is a big bowl of water and a pitcher on your table. And you can go around, you can have one person help everybody else, or you can pass the bowl around, but we're gonna wash our hands. And we don't say a blessing because it's just ceremonial.
Are we going to eat off of that one? Because we don't have, I just realized.
No, because that's...
I know, but I just realized we have a dipping of the vegetable right now. You could just grab.
Yeah. But we don't
Or
even
from
have
our actually grab our, yeah.
It's time to do a little explaining of the Seder plate. Get out your pointer fingers. Get ready. We're going to do some pointing, and we're going to do some explaining of what's happening on our tablescape here. There's a lot going on, so we'll start the process now. We're going to finish it throughout the evening. Don't worry, there's more times where we'll point and explain things. But the first thing we're going to do is I'd like for everybody to point to Elijah's cup, which should be you should have a tin cup, on your Seder plate. Somebody can raise it up if they want. This is the Kos Eliyahu, Elijah's cup. And next to it, you should actually have a little cup that looks like this. Everybody should have that. This is our Miriam's cup. So right now, everybody can fill their Miriam's cup with water. Oh, yours is already full. Mine is not. So I'm going to fill mine with water for Miriam. Thank you. Yeah, can you do it with that?
It's hand washing water.
It doesn't matter. It's fine. That's good. It's not like we're going to drink it. Okay. Great. So let me do a little explaining of why we have both Kos Eliyahu, both Elijah's cup, and Kos Miriam, and Miriam's cup. So Elijah's cup, many probably grew up with. If you grew up doing a Seder, not everybody grew up doing a Seder, but if you grew up going to a Seder, most likely you recognize Elijah's cup on your Seder plate. And that is the cup filled with wine that represents our hopes, our longings, our dreams of a better world that is to come, of a world that we want to bring in, of a world of wholeness and completion and redemption and sweetness. So we need that. We need that cup. We need a cup to remind us that it's good to long for things. It is good to strive. It's good to imagine a better world that we want to bring in. But we also need Miriam's cup. Miriam's cup is filled with water, and that's because in the desert, as the Jews wandered for 40 years, there is a midrash, there's a story that it was through the merit of Miriam that they had water with them at all. That where Miriam went, so did water. And the way that they were able to sustain their lives, the way they were able to make it through the desert, was with her well, with her water well, the power of her life-giving water. And so we also need Miriam's cup to remind us not just of the future miracles that we're hoping to see and bring in our days, but also of the daily miracles, also of the miracles that sustain us, the small little ones, the small joys, the small moments in our lives that give us a little bit of life. So now you have both Elijah's cup and Miriam's cup. The second thing I want us all to point to, so get your pointer finger ready. Thank you. Very good, very good. Point to the orange. Okay. Raise your hand if you grew up with an orange on your Seder plate. Okay, not very many, but I also did not grow up with an orange on my Seder plate. Cantor Rosen says that they talked about it in his home, but he didn't grow up with it. Is that right, Cantor Rosen? Okay, great. So the story behind the orange on the Seder plate goes like this, and it is a story. It is not, it's maybe a bit apocryphal, we're not totally sure, but maybe it's the truth, we're not totally sure. The story of the orange on the Seder plate is that Susanna Heschel, the daughter of Abraham Joshua Heschel, as she was sort of becoming more active in her community, an older male rabbi said to her that women and LGBT people belong on the bima, leading their congregations, leading their communities, as much as an orange belongs on a Seder plate. I.e., not at all, according to him. And so, despite that way of thinking, that type of oppression, that type of pharaoh that we want to get rid of in our world, that we want to push back against, we now make sure that we do have an orange on our Seder plate. So that's the deal with the orange. Yes, thank you. All right, I think that's all the pointing and explaining that we're going to do right now. Actually, one last one. Point to the parsley or the leafy green thing that is on your Seder plate. Should look like this. A little bit of karpas. And we are now going to dip that karpas, dip that leafy green thing, whatever leafy green thing you have. You might have celery, you might have parsley. We're going to dip it into the salt water. So everybody should get a little bit of leafy green, a little bit of newly growing thing. Dip it into the salt water. Get it nice and good in there. And I will say the bracha for all of us, which is on page 37. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri ha'adamah. Blessed are you, eternal one, our God, sovereign of all worlds, who creates the fruit of the earth. Now you can eat it. Taste that salt water. Delicious, right? Don't you love it? I actually do really like it. Tastes good.
And the curly parsley instead of the Italian.
Yeah. The parsley really gets a little extra. All right, I think in the order of events, we're on table 10. Table 10, you ready? All right, table 10. So you're going to be our readers for page 40, but first, we all again must communally participate in the Seder. So everybody needs to find the matzah on their Seder plate. It should be covered. Everybody point to the matzah. Great, good job, everybody. And what we're going to do is you're going to take the middle matzah. There should be 3 matzahs on your little matzah plate. Take the middle one and break it in half. Okay, just take whatever middle one you have then. It doesn't have to be that's okay. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
I did it almost perfect. I just want everyone to see.
Wow.
That was amazing, right?
Yeah, it's never gonna
Good
happen
omen.
again.
Yeah.
Very good.
So you all are going to take your broken matzah and put them both back in underneath your matzah cover. But I am going to take my slightly bigger piece, and I'm going to use this as the afikomen, and I am going to hide it. Everybody here is in charge of looking for it. It is not just for kids. You all are responsible to look for it, and if we don't find it, we cannot end the Seder. So it's very important. So keep your eyes on me. I'm not hiding it just yet, but I will hide it over the course of the evening, and one of you has to find it. There will be prizes, I promise.
Do you want to put it in?
Yes, I do. I want to put it in here. Thank you. Actually, maybe I'll put it in afterwards.
Yeah.
All right, table 10. Table 10 is going to read the bottom of page 40, the Tamara Cohen Kavanah, starting with "Some do not get the chance."
Some do not get the chance to rise like golden loaves of challah, filled with sweet raisins and crowned with shiny grapes. Crushed, neglected, not needed by caring hands, we grow afraid that any touch might cause a break. There are some ingredients we never receive. Tonight, let us bless our cracked surfaces and sharp edges, unafraid to see our brittleness and brave enough to see our beauty. Reaching for wholeness, let us piece together the parts of ourselves we have found and honor all that is still hidden.
Amen. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for leading us in that beautiful, beautiful kavanah. So we're already at Magid. Pretty impressive, right? Woo! Magid. So before we enter Magid, I want to make 2 announcements, which is that if you are the type of table that seems to be going through their wine rather quickly, I'm not looking at any table in particular, except for maybe table 5 over there. But if you are that type of table, or grape juice, or if you're going through your grape juice, and you would like more wine or grape juice, you can just raise your hand. We have wonderful wait staff that is going to come. Oh, I should have called on table 7.
There's another table over there with
Oh
the
my
hand
gosh,
raised,
and
yeah.
table 10. All right, I'm sorry, table 5. I'm sorry. I miscalled you out. I obviously meant to call out table 7. And we also have a lovely bar of sodas and seltzers. And yes, and wine, as I said.
I see no one's touching the
And
white
anybody who
wine.
needs either soda, seltzer, wine, or grape juice can raise their hand. Oh yeah, table 5, I knew it.
Yeah.
And somebody will come around and help you get more wine or grape juice, etc.
Liquid courage. No.
So as we enter, it's you're going to cover all of your matzahs back up. It's okay. You can have as many matzahs as you want. You can all have 18 matzahs, whatever you would like. We're entering Magid. We're entering the part of the Seder where we tell the story. This is the most important part of the Seder, in my opinion. This is the part we really need to lean into. We're going to tell the whole full story, and we're going to imagine ourselves in it throughout the story, from the very beginning to the very end. It's such an important part of celebrating of the whole entire Passover experience, of really imagining ourselves as though we too are in the story. We too have made it out of a constricted, narrow place into an open, expansive place. The Mishnah teaches us actually very particularly something very specific about telling the story. The Mishnah says that in order to tell the story correctly, you must begin in disgrace. Ganai is the word that's used. Begin in a low, degraded place, and end in shevach, in praise, in exaltation. So my question for you all, I said this was going to be an interactive Seder. We'll just take a few answers. I'm not going to take everybody's answers, but I do want you to think about it. And at home, I want you to think about it and put it in the chat. If you were telling the story and you were beginning from degradation, from disgrace, and ending in praise and shavach, in joyful excitement, where would you begin and where would you end? Where would you begin the story and where would you end? There's no one right answer. There's many, many, many right answers. All right, I have one person from table 12 over there. Give me where you would start and where you would end.
Addiction.
Oh, there's two people speaking, so just one of you.
Addiction and rehabilitation.
Great, so addiction and rehabilitation. Beautiful. Do you also want to say?
It's one word.
No.
The degradation would be at Chicago, 1996, December, sleeping in front of a bank.
Okay, degradation, Chicago, 1996, sleeping in front of a bank. And where would you end your story?
Would be, there's so many. Getting my first vial of testosterone.
Wow, amazing. Getting your first shot of testosterone. Amazing, beautiful. I absolutely love that both of you immediately took it very personal. It's also okay to answer for the actual Egypt story, but I love it. I'm just letting everybody know they don't have to be. It could be either or. But that was so beautiful. Thank you for bringing that in. Really. Okay, who else? Yes.
The Inquisition, 1492.
The Inquisition, 1492 is where you would begin the story, beautiful, and degradation, and where would you end it?
Tonight, celebrating Passover for many of my ancestors who were
Wow.
persecuted and couldn't celebrate Passover for many.
So, and Jorge would end it tonight, celebrating Passover when so many of your ancestors were unable to do so. Absolutely beautiful. Thank you. Yeah, in the back over there.
Apartheid South Africa. Sitting right here.
Wow, okay, wow. So degradation starting with apartheid in South Africa, Shevach, praise, exaltation, sitting right here. Wow, so beautiful. Thank you. Go ahead. Yes, you.
The 30,000 people, most of them Jew, that disappeared in Argentina.
So the 30,000 Jews that disappeared in Argentina. Oh, yeah.
Of course, the 6 million Jews.
And the 6 million plus Jews who died in the Holocaust. And you'd end the story with so many of us celebrating right here. So beautiful. Thank you, thank you. Anyone else around the room? Yeah, one last one over here.
In 1980 or 81,
Mm-hmm.
first reports of outbreak of capsaicin sarcoma and PCP pneumonia.
So in 81, the first news of outbreaks of PCP pneumonia, and
It's not over yet.
and we're still waiting. This is why we need Kos Eliyahu. This is why we need the hope and the striving towards a better future. Thank you. Beautiful, beautiful. Did I miss one? Yeah, over here. Yes, you, Roseanne, and then I'll move. And then one last one. Yeah.
Again, in the early 80s, or even before that, being told that LGBT people had no place in Judaism, to now seeing a Hillel ad on Facebook with two women saying, "Meet your mate." at
Yes,
Hillel."
yes, yes. So just so everybody online can hear too, Roseanne said degradation beginning also in the 80s when LGBTQ people were told they had no place in Judaism, to nowadays, the current modern day, when on Facebook there is a Hillel ad. I have also seen it. I actually know the couple, just so you know.
Oh.
I know the couple.
It's a real couple.
It's a real
Oh,
couple.
very
They really
good. Yeah,
exist. A
that's
couple,
good.
two women, and the Hillel ad says, "Meet your match at Hillel." It's pretty amazing. Pretty amazing. All right, last one over there.
Indictment, jail time, and then a peaceful permanent retirement for politics.
Wow, I can't believe it took us that long to get there. All right, so we have Ganai, the disgrace of indictment, and what's happening right now, and the hoped for future, the hoped for shevach of a peaceful retirement, going quietly into the night from politics. Thank you. Well, that was amazing. I just thank you so much for joining with me in that exercise of disgrace to praise. So through the course of Magid, through the course of telling the story, we also will enter into many points of the Israelite story, of the Exodus story, of Ganai, of disgrace, of the low points. And we will finish with many different parts of Shevach, of praise, of the high points. So we'll go through those ups and downs together. Page 41. Page 41. We'll sing Halach Ma'anya.
Halach ma'anya diachelu achalu avhatana be'ara di Mitzrayim be'ara di Mitzrayim kol dichtin detevechu kol ditzrich yetevivtzach hashata hacha leshana haba be'arade Yisrael hashata avde leshana haba b'nei cholim.
So everyone, please uncover your matzah so that we can all see the matzah on the Seder plate. And take your piece of matzah. This can just be one of you at the table, not all of you, but one of you should take your piece of matzah and hold it up high in the air. And we will all read together on page 41, "This is the bread of our poverty." Join me. "This is the bread of our poverty, which our ancestors ate in the land of Egypt. Let all who are hungry come and eat. Let all who are in need come and celebrate Pesach. Now we are here, next year in the land of Israel. Now we are slaves. Next year we will be free." So now you can cover your matzah back up. And we reach the part of the Seder that I spoke about at the beginning, the questioning part. We obviously have four sort of essential questions that we sing all together, but they're really stand-ins for the type of questioning that we need to do over the course of the Seder, of the as I said before, of the fact that we're supposed to take note of everything on the Seder plate or that's happening around us, the story, what's on our table, what's not on our table, what's different, what's the same as typical nights, and we're supposed to ask about it. It is a holiday of questioning. It's a holiday of learning. So I encourage you to bring that questioning throughout the evening. But we will sing the four questions, or as one Jew I saw in one of my my listservs said, "I actually think it's just one question with four answers." So even about questions, we can't agree, but we'll sing the four questions, Mani Shana, on page 43. We're going to sing two different versions. We'll start with the Ashkenazi version, which is sung in a very particular style. It is sung in the teaching style, and you'll hear it. So I want you to sort of put on your inner yeshiva boy. We all have an inner yeshiva boy. Whether you know it or not, you have an inner yeshiva boy. I want you to put on your inner yeshiva boy and join us in the Ashkenazi questioning that we will sing, and then we'll move into the Israeli version of Mani Shana, which is a little bit more sing-songy, and we can all join together in that. So page 41.
Mani נשתנה הלילה הזה מכל הלילות, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים חמץ ומצה. הלילה הזה כולו מצה, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים שאר ירקות. הלילה הזה מרור, שבכל הלילות אין אנו מטבילים אפילו פעם אחת. הלילה הזה שטף ימים, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים בין יושבים ובין מסובים. הלילה הזה כולנו מסובים. מה נשתנה הלילה הזה מכל הלילות, מכל הלילות, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים חמץ ומצה, חמץ ומצה. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה כולו מצה. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה כולו מצה, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים שאר ירקות, שאר ירקות. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה מרור, מרור. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה מרור, מרור, שבכל הלילות אין אנו מטילים אפילו פעם אחת, אפילו פעם אחת. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה שטף ימים. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה שטף ימים, שבכל הלילות אנו אוכלים בין יושבים ובין מסובים, בין יושבים ובין מסובים. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה כולנו מסובים. הלילה הזה, הלילה הזה כולנו מסובים.
Everybody's inner yeshiva boy sounded really good. Page 46, Table 9, you are small but mighty. Are you ready? You're going to read, starting from we were slaves to Pharaoh in Egypt.
Eternal One, our God, brought us out from there with a strong hand and an outstretched arm. Had God not taken our ancestors out of Egypt, then we and our children and our children's children would still be enslaved to Pharaoh in Egypt. And even if all of us were wise scholars, all of us were sages, all of us were experienced in the ways of the world, all knowledgeable in Torah, it would still be our responsibility to tell about the Exodus from Egypt. Whoever expands upon the story of the Exodus from Egypt is worthy of praise.
Thank you. Very good.
Cantor Rosen and I would like to sing a song in Yiddish next. That is a Yiddish art song, actually, composed by the greatest Yiddish art song composer of the 20th century, Lazar Weiner. It's, you know, we were, Rabbi Werber just mentioned something about this yeshivish melody that we sang, the first version of Manish Tanatu. This has the same sort of feeling, and in it, it's called Avodim Hayinu. We were slaves. And it's 3 verses of telling the story, but telling it so that we can actually feel the pain of the slaves as the sun beats down on their backs, as they are slapped by the whips. And in each verse, it ends by saying, Deures kommen und deures gehen. Generations come and generations go. Will there ever be redemption? That is the question we all ask tonight. Avodim Hayinu.
Schlafen seinen mir gewehen, Goramol in Land Mitzrayim. Deures kommen und vergehen, nicht gewehen, wer sie soll befreien. Ob mir dem Lehm vergnoten, Ziegel machen vor dem Mäuer in die Herzen von die Sklaven hat geglied der Zar und Teuer Avodim Mitzrispeitschaft Rukens schneit in dem Leib mit Zorn. Paare heisten Tech vertrinken, wird ein Engel noch geboren. Es hat gebrennt die Sonne von Misrach, über Plätze stumm gebeugen und der ohnmächtige Zorn hat gelietet in die Augen. Avodim Blut und Fleisch in Lehm verknoten und die Sklaven schweigen stummen. Deures kommen, deures gehen, wird amol die Geule kommen. Avodim
Avadim hayinu, we were slaves and we were once slaves and now we are free. In some ways, that is the essential story of from Ganai, from disgrace up till Shevach, up till freedom. We once had to answer to somebody else. We once had our time was not our own. Our actions were dictated for us. We had oppression all around us. Now we are free. And the essential point of the Magid story, the reason that we do this tradition year after year after year, is so that we ask ourselves, in what ways is that true for us today? How are we being oppressed? How can we work towards internal and communal freedom? Avadim hayinu.
Avadim haynu, haynu, ata b'nei chorin, b'nei chorin. Avadim haynu, ata b'nei chorin. Avadim haynu, ata b'nei chorin, b'nei chorin. B'nei chorin, b'nei chorin.
So because the Seder is such a table-based ritual, such a home-based ritual, each of us sort of brings our own traditions into the larger tradition of what the Seder is. So I want to bring a little tradition from my family. Actually, I'm going to say one other tradition from my family before we go in, which is that in my family on Pesach was the only time where we had this very special sparkling grape juice. And the staff here was nice enough to bring me a bottle just because, so that I would feel at home. Isn't that really sweet? So thank you to Jorge, to Beth, to all who made that possible. I feel very at home. So thank you. So in addition, another tradition from my family is that when we reach the point of the 4 children. And the 4 children are the wise child, the wicked child, the simple child, and the one who does not know how to ask. And they're meant to embody different characteristics of each of us. Obviously, there are times we feel wise. There are times we feel contrarian and a bit wicked. There's times we feel like we just want to do nothing. We want to be simple. And there's times where we feel like we don't even have enough information to know what to ask. We're all of those children at various points in our lives. And the Seder gets us to sort of take on each of those characteristics and ask questions from those perspectives. So in my family, when we go through what the different children like to ask at Seder time, we also like to do a little bit of acting out. So I'm going to ask if anybody sort of feels like they're embodying the wise child this evening. Maybe they just feel a little, smart, feeling a little like they know it all. Or that they've done a lot of research, that they're just inherently wise. Oh, I see a pointing. Okay, but it's good to be the wise child. We like all of the children. It's okay to be it's good to be all of these. Yes, you could be the wise guy, exactly. So if you are feeling particularly wise tonight, I'd like for you to raise your hand. I will call on you, and you will read the 2 paragraphs at the top of page 50. So who's feeling particularly wise this evening? And you can also, okay. Over there, David, you can be the wise child. So we're on page 50 at the top.
So what does the wise child ask? What is the meaning of the decrees, laws, and rules that the Eternal One, our God, has commanded us? You should tell this child all the laws of Pesach down to the last detail, saying that nothing should be eaten after the Afikomen. What does it mean to be a wise child? It means to be fully engaged in the community, to know the limits of your understanding, to be able to search for the answers to that which you do not know. At different points in our lives, we have been this child, inquisitive, caring, eager to learn and to understand, willing to ask for information we do not have, hopeful that an answer can be found.
Excellent, David. I heard your professorial voice. Yes. All right. Who is feeling just a wee bit wicked this evening? Who? Oh, yeah. A big hand in the back there. So please read the 2 paragraphs at the bottom of page 50. But you have to embody the characteristic. Really act it out if you can. Okay. Bottom of page 50.
I'm feeling like Elphaba. I'm feeling wicked.
Wicked. Okay. All right. We'll save your solo for later in the evening. Yeah.
What does the wicked child ask? What does this ritual mean to you? To you and not to this child? Since this child withdraws from the community and denies God's role in the Exodus, challenge the child by replying, this is done because of what the Eternal One did for me when I went out of Egypt. For me and not for you. Had you been there, you would not have been redeemed.
Good taunting voice.
I've heard that.
What does it mean to be a wicked child? It means to stand apart from the community, to feel alienated and alone, depending only on yourself, to have little trust in the people around you to help you or answer your questions. At different points in our lives, we have been this child, detached, suspicious, challenging.
Excellent. Thank you. Who's feeling simple tonight? Who just feels like they want to just relax, take it all in? I got one right over there immediately. Okay. Go right ahead. 2 paragraphs on the top of page 51.
מה הוא אומר? מה זאת? ואמרת עלינו בחוזק יד הוציאנו אדוני ממצרים מבית עבדים.
What does it mean to be a simple child? It means to see only one layer of meaning, to ask the most basic of questions, to be too innocent or impatient to grasp complicated questions. At different points in our lives, we have all been this child, simply curious and innocently aware of the complexities that are around us.
Beautiful. You did an excellent job. And lastly, who would like to be the child who does not even know how to ask? The one who's feeling like we have all been this child also, right? The one who feels like I can't even formulate a question. I don't even know enough to formulate a question. Beautiful, right here.
To the child who does not know enough to ask, you should begin as it is written. You shall explain to your child on that day, it is because of what the Eternal One did for me when I went free from Egypt. What does it mean to be a silent child? This can be the child of the wicked child, 2 generations removed from the Jewish community and no longer even able to criticize, only able to stand mute. It can be the passive child who just shows up. Or it can be the child whose spiritual life is based on faith, not rational argument. The child who hears something deeper than words, who knows how to be silent and to listen to the surrounding silence.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. Because at different times in our lives, we are wise and wicked, simple and silent. These 4 children represent the different aspects of ourselves. We hear their voices and their questions as we tell the story of the Exodus. So at this point, we are on page 52, in case you've lost your place. We're at page 52 at the top, and we're going to begin. Remember I said that there's lots of different ways to enter into the story, starting from Ganai, starting from disgrace. So this is a different one. We've sort of started to talk about being slaves. That was obviously an entry point into disgrace. This is even further back, and I'm going to read at the top of the page in Hebrew and then in English. Arami oved avi, vayared mitzrayma, vayagar sham b'mitei ma'at, vayhi sham legoy gadol, atzum v'rav. My father was a wandering Aramean. He went down to Egypt with meager numbers and sojourned there, so even earlier in the story. But there he became a great and very populous nation, ending in Shevach, in praise. So we're moving to a different part of the story that is also disgrace, also Ganai, also a low point, which is the plagues. So if you have sort of drained your wine cup, now is the time to fill it back up so that you can take a little bit out for when we recount the plagues. So I'll leave a moment for just filling up wine. So we did such a beautiful job with our own personal stories of degradation and praise. That was so moving, really. It was I just really love hearing even parts of your stories. So moving. Let's now move around the room and just hear. You can just shout it out. I'll try to repeat it for those at home. But I want to hear what you think of as a modern day plague. Yes, we know about the 10 plagues that were in Egypt. We will very soon recount them by name, but also there's modern day plagues. So you can think expansively. I'm going to start over here, and I'm going to sort of move around, but I'll start over here. What's a modern day plague? Couldn't hear you. COVID, an actual plague. Thank you. Misinformation. Economic inequality. Degradation of the earth. Voter suppression. Transphobia. Climate change. Hate. Police brutality. Ron DeSantis. The dysfunction of our healthcare system. Yes, definitely. Disinformation. Guns. Anti-Semitism. White Christian nationalism. Internalized transphobia and homophobia. Thank you. Ageism. White supremacy. AIDS. Capitalist hegemony. Ted Cruz. Those who are suffering the violence of living in either Russia or Iran. Thank you. Medicaid and the continual dysfunction of our healthcare system. Donald Trump. Last one over here. Sexism, and we'll end with war. Excellent. And Putin. Yeah. Good.
Good, yeah.
So now that we've detailed out our modern day plagues, we're also going to recount our ancient biblical plagues, which may or may not be as scary and terrifying as the modern day ones we shared, but equally need to be fought against. So you should have filled up your cup with either grape juice or wine. You should take your pinky finger. And by the way, the reason that we do this, actually, it's a very beautiful reason. The reason we do this is because we acknowledge that even though there were harsh oppressors, that the Egyptians were harsh taskmasters, that we lived through such degrading and oppressing times, we also want to acknowledge that in that collective of Egyptians, there were some who were good. There were some who were just sort of byproducts of being a part of a culture, of a nation that was doing harm and doing wrong, and that they themselves, for example, Shifra and Pua, were actively working to help the Israelites. So we don't want to just celebrate that those who were against us and hated us suffered from all these plagues. We want to take out a little bit of wine, a little bit of joy, wine representing joy here, a little bit of that to say that of all the bloodshed that was spilled, there's a little bit that we want to remember as not something that's just purely praiseworthy. So we are on page 61. Cantor Rosen will chant in Hebrew, and I will chant in English. And follow along with your own pinky finger.
Dam.
Blood.
Tzefardea.
Frogs.
Kini.
Lice.
Aro.
Beasts.
Dever.
Cattle plague.
Shechim.
Boils.
bara
Hail,
arbe
locusts,
choshech
complete darkness.
makat bicharot.
Death of the firstborn. So you've already taken on your inner yeshiva boy. Now you're going to take on your inner preschooler. We're on page 61.
One day King Pharaoh awoke in his bed. There were frogs in his bed. There were frogs on his head, frogs on his nose, and frogs on his toes. Frogs here, frogs there. Frogs were jumping everywhere. One day King Pharaoh awoke in his bed. There were frogs in his bed. There were frogs on his head, frogs on his toes, and frogs on his nose. Frogs here, frogs there. Frogs were jumping everywhere. That's how I did it in preschool, for sure.
I noticed that the wicked child was particularly good at embodying the preschooler, so well done over there. So we've gone through the oppression and degradation of slavery. We have gone through the plagues. We are now at the point in our story where we're just at the tip of freedom, at pi chirut. That's what it says in the Torah. We're at the mouth of freedom. We're just about to get there. We can see it. We can almost taste it, but we're not quite there. We're going to listen to two songs that encapsulate this moment of being sort of at the close to the very end of the plagues, where we're almost at the point of freedom. This happens so frequently. We know that feeling. We have fought, we are drained, we are tired, we are burnt out. But we know that there is something sweeter on the other side. So we'll sing Let My People Go on page 63, an African-American spiritual song that was extremely important in the time of slavery. Top of 63.
When Israel was in Egypt land, let my people go. Oppressed so hard they could not stand. Let my people go. Go down, Moses, way down in Egypt land. Tell old Pharaoh, let my people go. Let my people go.
So we're on the shores, we're on the banks of freedom. We're just about to get to the moment where the sea parts. And here I want somebody at your table to lift up Miriam's cup, the one we spoke about before, the little one that looks like this. Lift up Miriam's cup and join with me at the bottom of page 63. Let's all read together. Then Miriam. Then Miriam the prophetess, Aaron's sister, took a timbrel in her hand, and all the women went after her in dance with timbrels. And Miriam chanted for them, "Sing to the Eternal One, for God has triumphed gloriously. Horse and driver, God has hurled into the sea." You can put Miriam's cup down, and we'll turn to a beautiful video of Zevi singing I, Miriam, which you can follow along on page 67.
I, Miriam, delight. My hands turn to dove wings, my arms reach for the sky, and I want to sing the song rising inside me. My mouth open, I stop. Where are the words? Where the melody? In a moment of panic, my eyes go blind. Can I take a step without knowing a destination? Will I falter? Will I fall? Will the ground sink away from under me? The song still unformed. How can I sing to take the first step, to sing a new song is to close one's eyes and dive into unknown waters. For a moment, knowing nothing, risking all, but then to discover the waters are friendly, the ground is firm, and the song rises again. Out of my mouth come words lifting the wind, and I hear for the first time the song that has been in my heart. Silent, unknown, even to
So nice to have even virtual Zevi at our Seder with
Yes.
us. So beautiful, so beautiful. Turning to page 69, we're at Dayenu. Woohoo! We made it. So we talked about how there were the ancient biblical plagues and also modern day plagues, and this is the moment in our story where we actually get to acknowledge that there is both redemption, ancient biblical redemption, but there's also modern day miracles. There's modern day things to be grateful for. We're gonna hold on sharing them. We'll say after dinner. I'll go around and also ask you for modern day miracles. So hold them in your mind. But now we get to sing about them a little bit. So 69.
Ilu hotzianu mi Mitzrayim, hotzianu mi Mitzrayim, dayenu, 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 dayenu. Ilu natan lanu et ha-Shabbat, natan lanu et ha-Shabbat, dayenu, dayenu. What? Dayenu. What? Dayenu, 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 dayenu. Torah, Natan lanu et Torah. Dayenu, 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 Dayenu.
Woo! So it's Pesach for us here. It's the first night of Pesach, as you all know, because you're here. And it is also Ramadan. So Ramadan Kareem to all those who are celebrating. And we are, as many know, CBST has a very special relationship with the Muslim community, particularly ICNYU, the Islamic Center at NYU. And one of our Muslim friends made a beautiful video for us that we're going to share with you now. Kujeji Kamara, a dear friend of CBST, made a video for us about the Exodus story, the piece of the Exodus story that appears in the Quran. So I will now let her words come to you all.
Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace to you all. My name is Kujeji Kamara, and I'm a program manager at the Muslim Community Network here in New York City. MCN and CBST have a wonderful and long-standing partnership. I'm so honored and grateful to be a part of your Passover Seder today. Prophet Musa is an important prophet in Islam, and the story of the Exodus from Egypt is recounted in great detail in the Quran. Prophet Moses, also known as Prophet Musa, is actually the prophet mentioned the most often by name in the Holy Quran. Many Muslim families name their sons after the prophet Moses. For example, I have a brother who goes by the name of Musa. Today I'm going to be reading from Surah 7, the chapter called Al-A'raf, or the Heights, that recounts the cry of the Egyptians to Moses as they were struck by the plagues, how the Pharaoh was brought low, and how the children of Israel were brought across the sea. I will begin my recitation with 2 verses calling upon God, as we begin everything we do in the name of God, and then I will move into the text. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم فأرسلنا عليهم الطوفان والجراد والقمل والضفادع والدم آيات مفصلات فاستكبروا وكانوا قوما مجرمين ولما وقع عليهم الرجز قالوا يا موسى ادع لنا ربك بما عهد عندك لئن كشفت عنا الرجز لنؤمنن لك ولنرسلن معك بني إسرائيل فلما كشفنا عنهم الرجز إلى أجل هم بالغوه إذا هم ينكثون فانتقمنا منهم فأغرقناهم باليم بأنهم كذبوا بآياتنا وكانوا عنها غافلين وأورثنا القوم الذين كانوا يستضعفون مشارق الأرض ومغاربها التي باركنا فيها وتمت كلمة ربك الحسنى على بني إسرائيل بما صبروا ودمرنا ما كان يصنع فرعون وقومه وما كانوا يعرشون وجاوزنا ببني إسرائيل البحر فأتوا على قوم يعكفون على أصنام لهم قالوا يا موسى اجعل لنا إلها كما لهم آلهة قال إنكم قوم تجهلون. Thank you so much.
Ew. Incredible. Thank you. So as I've been saying over and over and over again, the essence of the Seder is the Magid, is the telling of the story. And the essence of the telling of the story is seeing ourselves, whatever part of ourselves we've brought to the Seder tonight. And one of the reasons we do this same ritual year after year is because each year we actually might bring a different piece of ourselves to the Seder. We might reveal something new about ourselves or reveal something new about who we are in relation to this ancient story. So the essence of the essence is really being able to see ourselves as part of the story. So I would like to invite you to just think about that, meditate on where you see yourself in the story, whatever part of that story it is. And while you're doing that, Cantor Rosen and Joyce will sing the beautiful version of Bechol Dor Vador. The words are on page 70, but really just sit and listen. Just sit and listen.
בכל דור ודור חייבים אנו לראות עצמנו כאילו יצאנו ממצרים, יצאנו ממצרים, יצאנו ממצרים, יצאנו ממצרים. בכל דור ודור חייבים אנו לראות את עצמנו כאילו יצאנו ממצרים, יצאנו ממצרים, יצאנו ממצרים, יצאנו ממצרים. Can you picture yourself crossing through and wandering the desert? Can you feel the wind support you as you go? Do you hear the cries of those left behind, still hoping for tomorrow? Do you fear the mountain you still have to climb? בכל דור ודור לראות את עצמו כאילו יצאנו ממצרים, 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 יצאנו ממצרים.
If that's all we got to listen to tonight, then Dayenu. Page 71. Therefore, we should work, speak out, strive, and fight for the redemption of all the peoples of the world. As it is written, you shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the feelings of the stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the land of Egypt. Then the power of your rule will repair the world, and all the creatures of flesh will call on your name, as it is written, a time is coming, declares my eternal God, when I will send a famine upon the land, not a hunger for bread or a thirst for water, but for hearing the words of the Eternal One. So let justice well up like water, righteousness like an unfailing stream. Then we will sing a new song. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation. Let them no longer learn the ways of war. And let us say, hallelujah.
לא יישא גוי אל גוי חרב, לא ילמדו עוד מלחמה. לא יישא גוי אל גוי חרב, לא ילמדו עוד מלחמה.
All right, remember we were doing an interactive Seder? Remember that part? Table 8, you feeling ready to do a little interactive?
Oh yeah.
All right.
Oh yeah.
I think we're on you, right? Yeah, table 8, okay. We're on page 74. Table 8, I'd like you to read the kavanah that's in the margin, the right-hand side on page 74, beginning with gratitude.
Gratitude is very important in the liberation process. Like acceptance, gratitude roots us in the present moment. It is a spiritual tool that frees us from the human tendency to suffer because of our unfulfilled desires and cravings. The bondage of dissatisfaction can be broken with praise and gratitude for what we have received. This unleashes energy, produces happiness, and leads to more gratitude. Hallel is all about praising God, not about self-satisfaction. The latter makes us complacent and lethargic, but the former can only expand our dedication to the principles that God's goodness represents in our lives. Our praise of God can motivate us to do God's work in the world, the work of liberation, love, and justice.
Amen. Thank you.
בצאת ישראל ממצרים, בית יעקב מעם לועז. בצאת ישראל ממצרים, בית יעקב מעם לועז. הייתה יהודה לקודשו, ישראל ממשלותיו. הים רב וינוס, הירדן ייסוב לאחור. ההרים רקדו כאלים, גבעות כבני צאן. מלך הים, קיטנוס, הירדן תיסוב לאחור, ההרים תרקדו כאלים, גבעות כבני צאן. מלפני אדון, חולי ארץ, מלפני אלוה יעקב, ההופכי הצור, אגמים, חלמיש, למינו מים,
almost made it. It is time for the second cup. Woohoo! For those who might remember, there's actually 4 cups, but it takes a really long time to get from the first to the second. So we're on the second. Please fill up your cup with grape juice, wine, or whatever else you have in front of you there. And please raise your cup and join with Cantor Rosen for the bracha.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen. Amen. L'chaim.
So now's the really interactive part. This is the part where you get to play leader of the Seder. It's possible only one of you gets to play that role, but I leave it to your table to decide amongst yourselves. First, we're just going to do a little bit more pointing. Remember I said there was a lot of pointing that's going to be involved. So everybody take your pointer finger. I would like you to point to the matzah. Good job. Everybody did that really well. Good job. I'd like you to point to the maror. Did everyone see the maror? It looks like it. See, you didn't do it quite as well on that one. It's this little root, this little bitter herb root that's in the middle of your Seder plate. And now everybody point to the shank bone. Should everybody see the shank bone?
Oh, yeah.
Ooh. Pretty cool little bone there on your Seder plate.
So small.
So it is now your turn to read through the next few pages of the Haggadah from 79 to 85. You will get to teach through at your own table about the Pesach, about the bone, the matzah, and the maror, and the charoset as well. And you'll get to make yourself your very own Hillel sandwich, and you'll get to eat. Woohoo!
Oh yeah, 3 cheers for the Hillel.
3 cheers for the Hillel sandwich. Yeah, agreed. So I'll give it. I'm going to let you loose. I'm going to give you about 7 to 10 minutes to do your own little mini Seder, and then we'll join back together. So pages 79 to 85.
Hi. We do have a gluten-free matzah. If anyone needs gluten-free matzah, please notify your wait staff. Thank you.
How did everybody do? Good, so good? Everybody ate the matzah, the maror, the charoset, the gefilte fish. Leaders, how did you do at describing all the activities? All right, we have a great leader over at table 1. Very good. Got a round of applause from their table. Those on Zoom, how did it go for you at your tables at home? I hope that there was some charoset eating and some maror eating at home as well. So I'm just going to read one beautiful piece from Rabbi Arthur Waskow about why is there charoset on the Seder plate. Because the Haggadah itself, as you saw, has an explanation for maror, has an explanation for matzah, has an explanation for the bone, has an explanation for the karpas, the parsley, but it has no explanation for the charoset. So here is Rabbi Arthur Waskow's answer for why is there charoset on the Seder plate. The Haggadah explains about the matzah, the bread so dry it blocks your insides for a week. The Haggadah explains about the horseradish, so bitter it blows the lid off your lungs and makes breathing so painful you wish you could stop. The Haggadah even explains about that scrawny little chicken neck masquerading as a whole roast lamb. But it never explains charoset. Yes, there's an oral tradition, fitting for something that tastes so delicious. You've probably heard somebody at a Passover Seder claim that charoset is the mortar that the ancient Israelite slaves had to paste between the bricks and stones of those giant warehouses they were building for Pharaoh. But that's a cover story. Really dumb. You think that mortar was so sweet, so spicy, so delicious that every ancient Israelite just had to slaver some mortar on his tongue? You think it wasn't leeks and onions they wailed for after they crossed the sea of blood, but the mortar they were pasting on their master's mansions? You think they were whining, "Give me mortar or give me death"? Forbid it, Almighty God. Unlike everything else on the Seder plate, we don't say a blessing over the charoset on Passover. We do, however, read the Song of Songs. The Song of Songs is the recipe for charoset. Here are some verses from the song. Feed me with apples and with raisin cakes. Your kisses are sweeter than wine. The scent of your breath is like apricots. Your cheeks are a bed of spices. The fig tree has ripened. Then I went down to the walnut grove. We recite Shir HaShirim, beautiful love story, throughout the intermediate days of Pesach. If you come to Friday night services, you will hear Cantor Rosen chant some of Shir HaShirim as we open our service on Friday night. And Rabbi Arthur Waskow says, this is the reason that we eat the charoset, to remind us of the love so sweet that is possible in the world. It is time for Shulchan Orech. It is time for food. It's time to eat. So those on Zoom, we'll say see you later. We're coming back. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere just yet, but we are going to eat. So on Zoom, we say enjoy your meal, b'tei avon to you, and to those in person, we have the absolute blessing of soup being brought to our tables. So you will receive a tableside soup. And when your table is done with soup, you can then go up to the buffet. So we will stagger going up to the buffet, but first you'll have soup, then you'll go up to the buffet. There also is only there is a vegetarian option, I should say, but it is available only in limited quantities. So if you are a vegetarian, you should take of the vegetarian option when you go up. If you are not vegetarian, you should not take of the vegetarian option when you go up. You could take it on your second go around if there's still some left, but we want to feed our vegetarian friends. So b'tei avon to everybody, enjoy, eat well, and we will see you back very shortly. Are you up there? Oh, good. Hello, everybody who was on Zoom. I hope your dinner was delicious. I hope everybody here. How was dinner? Is everyone well fed? Everybody's eaten. Everybody is fueled up for the rest of the Seder. Good. That's what we like. That's what we like to hear. I'm happy that folks ate. I'm happy that dessert was served. So there's actually a very important thing that we have to do right now, because we cannot finish the Seder unless I have the Afikomen. And I hid the Afikomen, and I don't think anybody found it. Does anybody want to fess up that they found it? Okay, so it is looking time. Everybody should feel, it does not matter your age, it does not matter your, the Afikomen is hidden in this room. I can promise you that. It is not outside this room. So, Mazel Tov! All right, so come on up over here. Wonderful. So the Afikomen was found. That was record timing. Well done, well done. So indeed, the Seder can go on. We can finish. You will not be held hostage here forever. Can you both tell me your names? I'm Lauren. Lauren. Shoshana, lovely to have you here. Thank you for finding the Afikomen. I do have a prize for you. So hold on, let me just go into my secret hiding place. 1 second. Nobody look. Okay, we're back. So I actually only thought one of you was going to find the Afikomen, so I only have a prize enough for one of you, but I can give you more at the end. Okay, so the prize is that a copy of Rabbi Mike Moskowitz's brand new book, Seasonal Resistance, which I hope that those on Zoom can see. It's absolutely beautiful. So that's for one of you. And a beautiful pink CBST kippah for Elphaba. Oh, no, not for Elphaba, for Lauren, because you're wearing all pink. I'm sorry. Yes. So thank you for finding the Afikomen. And now the show can go on. We're on page 89. We're on page 92. The books were taken. Aha. The Haggadot were taken. Okay. So, somebody has their Haggadah. So maybe Joyce can play us a little Haggadah getting music while we recoup the taken Haggadahs. And I'll help everybody get their Haggadahs back. Do you want to play Shir Hamalot? The Haggadahs are slowly making their way back to you. So v'achalta v'savata uverachta, you have eaten, you have been satisfied. The next thing you have to do is bless. So we will bless our wonderful meal, our wonderful both either vegetarian or meat meal or dessert. We'll start with Shir Hamalot on page 92, and we'll continue through benching all the way through 97.
ציון היינו כחולמים, אז ימלא שחוק פינו ושוננו רינה. אז יאמרו בגויים, הגדיל אדוני לעשות עם אלה, הגדיל אדוני לעשות עמנו, היינו שמחים. שוב אדוני את שביתנו, כאפיקים בנגב, הזורים בדמעה, ברינה יקצרו. הלוך ילך ובכור, נושא משך הזרע, בוא יבוא ברינה, נושא אלומותיו. חבריי נברך, יהי שם אדוני מבורך מעתה ועד עולם, יהי שם אדוני מבורך מעתה ועד עולם. ברשות חבריי וחברותיי נברך אלוהינו שלחנו משלו, ברוך אלוהינו שלחנו משלו, ובטובו היינו. ברוך אלוהינו שלחנו משלו, ובטובו היינו. ברוך הוא ברוך שמו, ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, הזן את העולם כולו בטובו, בחן בחסד וברחמים. הוא נותן לחם לכל בשר, כי לעולם חסדו, ובטובו הגדול. תמיד לא חסר לנו ואל יחסר לנו, מזון לעולם ועד, בעבור שמו הגדול. כי הוא אלזן פרנס לכל, ומיטיב לכל, ומכין מזון לכל בריאותיו אשר ברא. ברוך אתה אדוני הזן את הכל. נודה לך אדוני.
Please read through individually until page 97. Join with me on page 97 and let's read in the English, compassionate one, the second part of the paragraph. Compassionate one, make this day altogether good. Compassionate one, enable us to move toward messianic days, toward a perfected world. May your sovereignty shine in the world. Help us live so that we be worthy of the messianic days and the coming world. God, we know that you make peace on high. Grant peace to us and to all Israel. Jews live in many lands among many nations who also need peace. Grant us peace. Thank you.
And now for a Ladino grace after meals. Bendigamos. Bendigamos al Altísimo, al Señor que nos crió. Démosle agradecimiento por los bienes que nos dio. La 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 la
Beautiful. So we're on to the third cup of wine. I know. This is an okay time in the night to switch to grape juice if you would like, or just keep with wine. Whatever is your fancy. Whatever makes you happy, I am happy to go with you. So fill up that last cup, wine or grape juice. And earlier in the evening, I said that I wanted us to hold in our minds. Some thoughts of modern-day miracles, so that we could also counter when we had all shared the modern-day plagues. So let's just take a moment as we're filling up the third cup to also list out some modern-day miracles. I'll start again over here. If you can, anybody's welcome to shout them out. HRT, wonderful, yes. Gender-affirming healthcare in any way, shape, or form, yes. The indictment. Woohoo! Being here. The flowering of the trees, absolutely. It's springtime. Wisconsin, yes, yes. Chicago, yeah. Came through. Vaccines. Any other ones that I've missed? Love. Beautiful. Thank you, Juan. What a perfect way to end. So for all of these miracles, Jackson just rolled his eyes. That's Juan's boyfriend, so it was okay. So let's hold all of these modern day miracles, these small and very large things that are bringing us ever closer to a world that we want to live in, that we want to bring in with love. Thank you. And I forget what table we're on. I think we're on table 7, right? Table 7. Before we say the bracha for the third cup of wine, will you lead us in the kavanah on page 98, starting with, we dedicated the first cup of wine.
We dedicated the first cup of wine to awareness, the first step taken in the journey toward liberation. We drank the second cup in celebration of the redemption from Egypt. We now drink this third cup in gratitude for all the gifts we have been given. The Seder reminds us of the gifts of relationships, of friends and family, and of our material possessions, good food and drink. Yet, most of all, we offer thanks for the greatest gift, the ability to challenge, to question, to choose, and therefore to strive for freedom.
Amen. Thank you. Everyone lift your cup, lift your glass. Let's say together on page 98. Baruch atah Adonai, Eloheinu melech haolam, v'peri hagafen. L'chaim, everyone. I can tell everyone's had at least one cup of wine by this point in the night.
When the singing becomes speaking. When the nusach goes out the window and all you have is a mumble.
Yeah, we're getting a little mumbly over here. Thanks for sticking with us. Page 102 and 103. Beautiful, beautiful Marge Piercy poem entitled Magid. Joyce will lead us in the reading, but please join in with her.
Please join me. It's one of my favorite poems. Oh, it's on page 102. Here we go. The courage to let go of the door, the handle. The courage to shed the familiar walls whose very stains and leaks are comfortable as the little moles of the upper arm, stains that recall a feast, a child's naughtiness, a loud blathering storm that slapped the roof hard, pouring through. The courage to abandon the graves dug into the hill, the small bones of children and the brittle bones of the old whose marrow hunger had stolen. The courage to desert the tree planted and only begun to hear, the riverside where promises were shaped, the street where their empty pots were broken. The courage to leave the place whose language you learned as early as your own, whose customs, however dangerous or demeaning, bind you like a halter you have learned to pull inside, to move your load, the land fertile with the blood spilled on it, the roads mapped and annotated for survival. The courage to walk out of the pain that is known into the pain that cannot be imagined, mapless, walking into the wilderness, going barefoot with a canteen into the desert, stuffed in the stinking hold of a rotting ship, sailing off the map into dragons' mouths. Cathay, India, Siberia, the Golden Medina, leaving bodies by the way like abandoned treasure. So they walked out of Egypt. So they bribed their way out of Russia under loads of straw. So they steamed out of the bloody, smoking, charned house of Europe on overloaded freights, forbidden all ports, out of pain into death or freedom or a different painful dignity, into squalor and politics. We Jews are all born of wanderers, with shoes under our pillows and a memory of blood that is ours raining down. We honor only those Jews who changed tonight, those who chose the desert over bondage, who walked into the strange and became strangers, and gave birth to children who could look down on them standing on their shoulders for having been slaves. We honor those who let go of everything but freedom, who ran, who revolted, who fought, who became other by saving themselves.
Beautiful. She's so good. One of our longtime members, Rick Landman, used to come to CBST for many, many years, and he has a video that he sent to us. So I don't want to say too much of his story. He'll explain it a little bit, but this year he's with his mother, which is wonderful. But he sent us a video of his reading of Vehisha Amda in German from his family's Haggadah. So we'll now hear from Rick.
I am so blessed to be able to still spend the first night of Seder with my mother. For 69 years, we've been together. But on the first night of Seder, I used to spend it with my parents, and on the second night, go to CBST and read from my father's Haggadah, Vehisha Amda in German. He would read it on the first night, I would read it at CBST on the second night. This year, I'm taping it for you. Now, my father was 18 when he and his father went to Dachau right after Kristallnacht. Joseph was released first and was able to get to America. My father, in April of 39, was able to get to London as an unaccompanied 18-year-old teenager and lived there until the paperwork was prepared to get him in November to join up with the family. My grandmother and 2 aunts came in the summertime. But my father, before he left Augsburg, was able to pack a lift. And in the lift, he packed these sets of Haggadahs. Also such things as the samovar that my great-grandfather carried from Ukraine to Munich in around 1900. These are the Haggadahs that my mother, brother, and I would read from. They were in English and Hebrew. but my grandfathers and my father would still use their Haggadah. This is my mother's father's Haggadah from 1874, and this is my mother's Haggadah, where they left Germany in 1933 from Nuremberg and went to Strasbourg, and this was her Strasbourg Haggadah. This one, my father wrote his name in it, but being very young, he couldn't fit it all in. It just says Heinz Land and doesn't say Landmann. All of these have the same interiors and the same illustrations. And the one that I find the most interesting shows the Israelites leaving Egypt. But if you look carefully, Moses is going across a bridge, and it looks like castles on the Rhine River instead of going over the Sea of Reeds. So, in every generation, people come up against us and try to destroy us. But with the help of God, we're still here. And by me being able to read from my father's actual Haggadah, the Vehisha Amda in German, I'm sort of proving the point. In jedem Zeitalter stehen Boshafte gegen uns auf, uns zu verderben. Doch der Heilige, gelobt sei er, redet uns aus ihren Hand. So with that, I wish you all a süßen Pesach, and till next year, bye.
Till next year, thank you, Rick. Thank you. Vehisha Amda, page 106.
עמד עלינו לכלותנו, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו מידם, והקדוש ברוך הוא מצילנו, מצילנו
Vehishamna. This promise has been reliable for our ancestors and ourselves. For not only was there once an enemy that tried to destroy us, in every generation there have been those who wished to destroy us, but the Holy One rescues us from their hands. So just as in every generation and still today, there are those who come against us, whatever it means to be us, whatever identities we carry, that there are those who are against us. Just as in every generation, there are those who came against us and we have had to fight back. So too, in every generation, we have sought refuge and found places to make refuge, found places to make home. And at once upon a time in the past, that refuge was the United States for so many, and continues to be for so many nowadays. So I think we're up to table 6, is that correct? Table 6, would you please read for us on page 109, the new Colossus, the words that greet immigrants as they reach the Statue of Liberty, promising new hope and hopefully a better future from where they came.
Not like the brazen giant of Greek fame, with conquering limbs astride from land to land. Here at our sea-washed sunset gate shall stand a mighty woman with a torch, whose flame is the imprisoned lightning, and her name, Mother of Exiles. From her beacon hand glows worldwide welcome. Her mild eyes command the air-bridged harbor that twin cities frame. Keep ancient lands your stories pomp, by the silent lips. Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses, yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shores. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my hand beside the open door.
A promise for a better future. A promise for safety. Similarly, that place of refuge for many, both then and now, was the land of Israel. On page 110, below the line, I'll read many of the questions that come up for both the children of this Haggadah and for us, especially right now, as we think of what it might mean to call the land of Israel a place of refuge. The inquisitive child asks, how has the experience of living in North America been liberating for the Jewish people? The challenging child asks, how has the experience of living in North America been bad for the Jewish people? The simple child asks, is our country still welcoming new immigrants from troubled lands? The confused child looks around at the homeless man lying in the street, the undocumented refugee living in fear of deportation, the hunger and poverty, and worries about the limits of democracy and the price of freedom. And again on page 116, below the line. Actually, I'd like to ask table 5, will you read below the line the questions that the 4 children ask?
The lost child asks, is the state of Israel finally our last redemption? The wicked child asks, have the oppressed become the oppressors? The simple child asks, is liberation always so costly? The silent child hears the voices of the refugees who have found a new home, and so becomes hopeful for those who are not yet at home.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you all. Turning to page 121. Remember Kos Eliyahu that we pointed to at the very beginning of the Seder? And we spoke about the cup of Eliyahu representing the longing and the striving that we do for the future, the thing that keeps us going and reminds us that there's still work to be done. We may have been slaves and are now free, but there's still work to be done to get to a more free and just world for everyone. So we think now, as we raise up Elijah's cup, we think now about what longings we're putting in there. What hopes do we have? What dreams do we have? What ways can we better the world? What ways can we give a little bit to the greater good? Not everything, but something. So, right now, outside our doors, you can't see it because we're in the sanctuary, and we don't have a camera out there, but I spoke with Beth and Jorge before the Seder. They know that this is happening. They know that at this moment, the doors of our sanctuary, the front doors, excuse me, I've also had a few cups of wine. The front doors of the building are now going to be open. Oh, see, there's Beth. Great. Thank you, Beth. She came in right in time. The doors of the building are going to be flung open. They're done? It's done? Thank you.
Very good.
And we're going to welcome in the promise, the hopes, the longings that for the future. We move towards the end of our Seder. We say next year in a better place, next year in an imagined, peaceful, holy Jerusalem. And we welcome in Elijah to bring that into being. Page 122.
Eliyahu Hanavi, Eliyahu Hatishbi, Eliyahu, Eliyahu, Eliyahu Hagiladi, Bimhera ve'yameinu. Mashiach ben David, Im Mashiach ben David, Miriam HaNeviah, Oz v'Zimra be'yadav, Miriam tirkoditanu, Lehagdil Zimrat Olam, Miriam tirkoditanu, Letaken et haolam, Bimhera ve'yameinu, Hitevi.
Thank you, Eliyahu, and thank you, Miriam. This is my favorite part of the Seder. I'm not lying. Page 123. I know it's at the very end, but this is my absolute favorite part. I love Hallel. So we're turning to page 128, and I want everyone to sing with me the songs of Hallel. Page 128, we're starting with Hodu Ladonai.
Hodu Ladonai ki tov ki le'olam chasdo yamar bye 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 yamar bye 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 ki le'olam chasdo yamar bye 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 yamar bye 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 ki le'olam chasdo Yomar na Yisrael ki le'olam chasdo Yamar bye 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 Yamar bye 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 ki le'olam chasdo Yamar bye 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 Yamar bye 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 ki le'olam chasdo Yomru na Aved Adaron ki le'olam chasdo Yamar bye 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 Yamar bye 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 ki chasdo Yamar bye 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 Yamar bye 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 ki le'olam chasdo Yomru na Bye bye bye.
129. Ozi v'zimratya vayahili lishua.
Ozi v'zimratya vayahili lishua. Ozi v'zimratya
I want to hear all of you. We can't bring in the world that we want to live in, to see, and if we don't sing it into existence, okay? This is the time. Pitchuli sharei tzedek avova modeya. Ze hashar ladonai tzadikim yavovo.
Pitchuli sharei tzedek avova modeya.
Pitchuli, open for me the gates of justice. Yes, let justice come in, and let us give thanks to you, God. 134. Adirhu.
Adirhu, Adirhu, Ivnei Beito Bekarov, Bimheira, Bimheira, Biyameinu Bekarov, El Bnei
138. I was just saying this to somebody else that in Hebrew, you know, in English we have the phrase last but not least. So in Hebrew, the phrase is acharon, acharon, chaviv. The last one is the favorite one. So acharon, acharon, chaviv, chad gadya. 138. And if you want to take on the sort of the characteristic of my family, as I said before, we encourage acting out. 138.
Chad Gadya, Chad Gadya, Dizivan Abba Bitrezu Chad Gadya, Chad Gadya, Ve'ata Shunran Ve'ahalad Gadya, Navairezu Chad Gadya, Chad Gadya. This side knows it. Chad Gadya, Chad Gadya, Ve'ata chutra v'hikra lechalba, Enosha l'shunra, De'ahalel Gadya, Dizilvana b'vitrezu Chad Gadya, Chad Gadya. They're still going. Where are we? Chad Gadya, Chad Gadya.
Skip to the last verse, Joyce.
Ve'ata hakadosh baruch hu ve'shachat l'malach hamavet tishachat le'shochet tishachat le'torah Deshata lemaya, dechava lenura, desarachutra dechika lechalba, deshunra dechacha legadya, Zaman Abba Vitrezu Chad Gadya, Chad Gadya.
You all deserve a round of applause for that. That was excellent work.
I didn't learn that in cantorial school, actually, which is interesting.
Cantor Rosen was...
in 5 years, we never went over that.
You did great too, Sam. You also
Thank
deserve
you
a round
so
of
much.
applause. We are at the very end. Page 141. We are at the very last cup. So fill it up as much as you can. Fourth cup.
Can I lift it?
Fifth cup, sixth cup, seventh cup. Who's counting? Fill up your fourth cup with wine or grape juice. And I think table 1, you're the only table that hasn't gone yet. I believe so, that's still here. Anybody who's still here who has not gotten a chance to participate in the communal reading of the Seder, please read on page 141, the very top of the page. It begins with awareness.
Awareness, redemption, and gratitude accompany our first 3 cups. This 4th cup is the only cup of hope. Hope that next year we will all be free. That next year children and parents, neighbors and nations will turn their hearts to one another. Hope that next
Amen. Please lift your cup and recite along with Cantor Rosen.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam borei peri hagafen. Amen.
Chaim. So Chazal Siddur Pesach, the Seder is completed, but we have one last thing we need to do, which is we need to hope for next year in a better, brighter, more whole, more complete world. So please repeat after me. Next year in a just world.
Next year in a just world.
Next year in holy and just cities.
Next year in holy and just cities.
And now I'm going to just pause. I'm going to say next year, and you're going to fill in whatever you would like to bring in for next year. So next year. L'shana haba'a b'Yerushalayim. Amen.
L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim, L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim, L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim, L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim b'Shalom, L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim, L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim. L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim, L'shana haba b'Yerushalayim b'Shalom.
Thank you all so much for being on this very full, very meaningful, very beautiful journey together. It was so wonderful and so fun. Thank you for bringing your energy. I would like to say a huge thank you. Can we all give a huge thank you to our maintenance and serving staff? Also to our executive director, Beth Walla, for a huge thank you to Joyce Rosenzweig and Cantor Sam Rosen. And to all of you, let's do it again next year. Chag Sameach.
And thank you to Rabbi Werber.